Happy time of day, everybody! Whatever that time of day may be. My lights! My lights! Ah, there we go. Wait. No, I didn't get it. There we go. Now! We are ready. Y'all doing alright? Xenoblade 3. Probably gives me a reason to play Xenoblade 1 and 2, huh? The reason I've held off on playing Xenoblade 1 and 2 is because of apparently how fucking long those games are. Which, from a casual gamer's perspective, is awesome. I love long games. Give me all the personas. From a streamer's perspective, though, not as convenient. Time zone Santa. I like that. But yes, Xenoblade's still on my games to play. So, while I cannot share in your excitement because I'm not a part of the franchise yet, it does give me something further to look forward to. Alright, so his shit got... Well, it's not that it got stolen, it's just that he was given the wrong thing, at least as far as we know. It might have been stolen. But more facts must be gathered. Yes, yes. Ooh. Let's go right outside first, I guess. Oh, didn't I want to go look at Naruhodo's office too? Does anybody know? So I guess I'm used to pawn shops being like these pawn shops. What are the pawn shops in Japan like that are so different? Okay, so there's only the one thing. Oh, actually, no, there's not. Is it like... Wow, that's really convenient. Hey, most addicts don't have windows, man. Be happy. Oh, really? That... You make it sound like it's an American porn shop. we don't openly talk about those. Probably do something about that pot of tea that's just been sitting there. I'm doing great, Amiro. End of the week. Feeling motivated to get that 40 hours of work done in 4 hours, as we talked about on Discord. No, not really. I don't have that much work to do in such a short period of time, but talking about procrastination and people that suffer with like some amount of attention deficit, stuff like that. It's very stressful because people like that, we generally don't take 40 hours and do 40 hours of work. It's just not what happens. We do 4 hours of work in 40 hours, but then during the next 4 hours after that, we do all 40 hours of work. It's quite frustrating. Just don't do it, forehead. Yeah, you don't think if it were that easy that we just do it? I didn't realize we had so many Xenoblade fans here. Guess that could be an indication that I should play that sooner rather than later. In Russia, they're considered shady. Well, okay, so they're considered to be shady here, like generally speaking, but not unapproachable. So I guess that's the difference. I guess there's a scale of shadiness. Did you ever get that essay done that you were supposed to be working on, but you were watching me instead? Makes me feel like a douche. I don't want you watching that streamer anymore. He's a bad influence. Mother would say that to you. She wouldn't be wrong. It's spring at last. And hell for someone who doesn't like tea. I am much more familiar with Japanese tea than British tea, though, because the most tea I ever drank in my life was in high school when I was taking Japanese class. And I tried to get myself to like it, both green and black tea, and I just could not. But it seems like in England and other places kind of closer to England than, say, Japan, it seems like they are more likely to add other shit to their tea like you would to coffee, which makes it sound a lot more enjoyable, and getting cookies with it too or something. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like the exact opposite of Japan. Well, unfortunately for your desires, I will not ever die from 1,000 tea burns. But boy, would that be poetic justice. There's some deaths where you're like, ah! Ha 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 ha! Hey! High five, Naruhodo. High five. No, you do not need anything from me. Don't get all excited just because I clapped. That was not an invitation for you to be annoying. You went outside already. You don't need to do that again. You just did it. Maybe in like an hour. I have never heard that one before. Whew. Okay, that sounds awful. There are some deaths where you're really just like, you know, if that happened to me, I just have to be like, my last words would be like, yep, makes sense. Had that one coming. Like if I were pelted with oranges. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, my desk looks like that too. Although I actually have more than 2 cases. So she still won't tell us what the telegram is. Yeah, I mean, what do you need to go in a room for? All right. Yikes. Well, I mean, you're covered in head to toe. You might be able to survive that, but yeah, that sounds awful. Not much. I only started like 15 minutes ago. See, when I was younger, I would have loved shops like this. Now I hate shops like this because with poor eyesight, if I really want to see anything along like a whole clutter of shit that's like barely organized, then I have to go up to everything. I have to go up to every little thing and like, what's that? Oh, I see. And what's this? Oh, I see. And what's this? Oh, I see. Organization is really one of the greatest things ever for people that can't see well, because I don't have to worry if something's supposed to be there, it's there. I probably already know what it is, so I don't have to look too hard. Things are not organized, then I have to try to actually find things with my eyes, and that is unfortunate. But my glasses. You would think this just makes it so that I can kind of see a little better. Because of my astigmatism, I would never, I won't have 20/20 vision unless I wear these weird contacts. Oh, if the clocks are working. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never even laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. Can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. Opportunity to learn. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Well, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruto, and it's time to inform Mr. Woodybank of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot! Naturally, you recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very, very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Hey! Relax! Both of you. Both of you. Relax. Both of you. No. 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 That's like Captain Hook in Hook surprising in terms of randomly deciding I'm gonna put a gun to my head. And happy music, yeah, of course. I shall have to take my own life. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I maybe just played one thing before I pop off. Get it? Ah, yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had already taken the viola and left, sir. Dude, he lives 2 buildings over from you. Just go over there and be like, hey, Mr. Sholmes, think you made a mistake, bruh. This one's yours. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave, and then not walking 2 buildings over to correct the mistake. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me! No! Stop, my dear fellow! Fault is mine! That's exactly what I wanted you to say, for legal reasons, of course. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? Ha! I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You're, as you said, one of my more intelligent customers. I didn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? The extreme man, for example.
The unpublished manuscript of an unpublished work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Forgive me!
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more! I must know more, tell me everything! Wow, Shisado-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
Well, it's just like that. 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more.
It houses something of great value indeed. Doggo me Pogo! Welcome to Student Body, much appreciated. Thank you for joining the YouTube team. Make some
Congratulations!
There we go. I think some congratulations are in order. He's so excited about. I feel like that was a Herlock change of attitude. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Holmes.
I beg your pardon? Manuscript? You want to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. That such Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I now? Do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. There are safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
Dude, you don't have to put a gun to your head every time you assure us of some promise or fact or just why don't you? Speaking of which, it's probably not even your gun. It's probably somebody else's gun that they pawn here. You shouldn't use things that aren't yours. Why don't you give it to me? We'll talk about how we should properly handle merchandise here. And how do you take your coffee? Do you take it like me, where the color is like a light brown? Or do you take it as like Godot, black as the night itself? This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that same old suit. I suppose I can offer you 6 for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Before your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. That's right.
Best certainty, maybe my customers realize you satisfied as you described. I praise their items and offer them a proportionate loan in 2 months to secure storage. Stowage, not storage.
I understand. I feel the same way. I just butchered that word. It wasn't merch that came up. It was like butcher. I got the M right, basically. Thinking of a couple more basic designs. One of them I feel very strongly about. Some variation of an orange, or the color orange, with one of those red circles with the line through it, like Ghostbusters, but it's an orange instead. Even if I were the only person to buy that shirt, I would feel the time put into it would be worth it. Well, so it was the orange hero shirt without his sandals on, and the caption for that picture would have been, "This is the worst shirt ever," and that's what you would wear around, the actual worst shirt ever. I'd even put the judge in the background. Maybe the judge and hero could be running on the sand barefoot together. In any case, it'd be the worst shirt ever. No, it's not nice. It's terrible.
I praise their items and offer them proportionate no and 2 months of secure storage.
This is the worst shirt, period.
If for that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
What happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months have passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should the customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windybrink, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. There's a man who was telling us all it was, says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. A very Klingon of him. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a large tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? Huh. What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of tinning device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Here, I have an example I could show you.
Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image even in the darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. I agree with getting rid of the ever. This is the worst shirt. Or I am wearing the worst shirt. Something. The worst shirt, period. Oh, and it's in color too? Like amazing color, crystal clear color. So you see, where someone to the premises with ill intent, his identity would be severely exposed. But did you not say the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess, your advices have been giving me some cause of distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank? Surely they're anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. Your most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Just get more money, forehead. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery. No? What did I say? No. No. No, no, no. No, you've been outside. You've been outside. We're not going outside again. No way. My dear fellows, we've urged on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh, heaven help us. Now, Mr. Soames, allow me to return your precious violin.
Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to prop, huh? Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
You're not...
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mrs. Windybank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Soames.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Let's start this way and work our way around. 3 globes of gold. Is that sort of charm? Dear me, have you not seen that sign before? No, never. The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of our pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing this sign, same sign. Wow! The burp, wow, and then also a yawn all came out at the same time, so that was kind of weird. $700 pawn shops. Oh, I see. Ha! I not imagine your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning? That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant even. You mean you don't know? It's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Easter-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page revealing the following day's date.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before?
Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
More of a necessity. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Of taking people's shit. One for every 7,000 people, which seems reasonable, right? Except, like... I wonder how many banks there are in, like, Chicago. Or, like, McDonald's. Like, it'd be interesting to see how many of each of those, like, really popular establishments there are relative to 700 pawn shops. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see! At once! Oh, alright then. I need to be cross-eyed. Looks like I'm gonna look at my own nose. Isn't that the juror? What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many facts. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? Yes. I love how it doesn't matter which character it is, they think that the other character's culture is sorcery. Chicago has 113 McDonald's, which, like, that seems like a lot, right? You'd probably be like, yeah, there's probably a McDonald's like every 4 blocks or something like that. But it's only 113. They have more than 5 million people. Wait, what's Chicago's population? Or is it 4 million? Why don't I remember this all of a sudden? Nearly 200 banks, 200 credit unions, which is because, like, everybody uses the bank, and it still pales in comparison to 700 pawn shops. That's... That's like 2 per block, 1 on either side. Okay, so it's like half the size. So, if you double it, you still don't reach 700, but that's still, you could, let's say that they had 5 million people, and they just doubled everything. So it'd be like 400 banks, 200 Mickey D's, or like 250-ish Mickey D's. Yo, what's up, Rand? Which still pales in comparison the 700 pawn shops. I didn't realize Chicago was so much small, because what, New York is 11 million? And Los Angeles is like 6 million or something? Right, but there are also limits to the amount of space there can be pawn shops in general compared to other businesses. Yes, I would say so. Chicago probably has a large amount of pawnbrokers. Well, yeah, Houston's like in the top 10, right? But it's not New York, LA, Chicago. Not the state. All right, 9 million. That's a gigantic jump. So if it's just the city of Los Angeles, it's 4 million. But if you're talking about the greater Los Angeles area, it suddenly jumps to 19 million. Oh, Houston's 4. It's right after Chicago. And then after Houston, there's actually a pretty substantial dip to Phoenix. 600,000 less. Philly, San Antonio, San Diego, San Jose. San Diego didn't even feel like it felt big, but I don't think I would have guessed that it had 1.5 million people when I visited, which is, I think, a good thing. It doesn't feel so, overwhelming. Yo, what's up, Trep? So they mentioned that there are 700 pawn shops in London at this time, and I just thought that was such an absurd number of pawn shops. So we started comparing it to other popular business establishments that have many locations in a large city. Over 100? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Why are people meddling with such black magic? $12,000 or 1,200? $12,000 would be not exactly half of what London had, but close to half. And I'm not sure if that's if I should be taking that as a compliment or what. Oh, right. I forgot about that. That's most of Europe does it that way, right? We use comma as the decimal and decimals as commas. But it is 12K, okay. Because one pawn shop every 12 people, even in New York at the time, would have been absolutely crazy. And there's no way that would have been sustainable. I've seen it before where it's like dot, 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 comma, and I like went, I think I'm having a heart attack. It was off-putting. Not wrong, per se, just being used to one thing for so long makes it very off-putting to see it done a different way. I'm sure people feel the same way about us when we type that, 1,000 or million or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck? Why are these commas here and not where the decimals should be? Spaces. Spaces are cool. They're like, that's good enough. Like I can look at that and instantly tell like what you're saying. See, but in English, it doesn't make sense to use the comma the other way, because a comma is something that's supposed to indicate a running number, or it's supposed to indicate something that's it's running, a sentence, a list, something like that. It means that it's not like the end of that. So when you're taking dollars and cents, you are indicating that decimal as the end of the dollars, the amount of dollars, and then it becomes the cents. So to me, it makes absolutely perfect sense to have the decimal there and the commas to separate every 3 numbers in the dollars, because it's a running total of dollars based on how commas are used in the English language. But yeah. Next, you'll teach me the metrics. I want to know the metric system. I'm not gonna lie. It makes a lot of sense. But people do it as long as I make sure I look and see, like, oh, why is there a decimal? Oh, okay, I see the commas where all right, I can figure it out. Obviously, it's just it blew my mind the first time I saw it. Blew my mind. It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at the present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. Well, I go Wikipedia it. And by Wikipedia, I mean the, is it encyclopedia? No, what am I thinking of? Is that, were they encyclopedias like the big volumes of things that just would talk about random shit? It's encyclopedia, right? For some reason, I was thinking of a different, maybe it was the brand that I was thinking of. A specific brand of encyclopedias. Not Britannica. I was thinking of... Shit, that's gonna bother me. But I would have to go look it up to see what I was thinking of. Almanacs! That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Giovanni. That is what I was thinking of. Which now I don't remember what the difference was between them. What an assortment of things there are on these... Wait, what an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. I would never buy footwear from a pawn shop. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. Not really mean, though. Although I'm sure in London at this time, if you could get like a like pair of boots that were only halfway through their lifespan for a much reduced price, it's probably a steal, and you jump at it. When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in a shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I am noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So, you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. I also literally have no other clothes to wear. You know what sucks about situations like this in games like Ace Attorney? I actually really want like an inventory list of like stuff you can buy. Lux was talking about putting together a game where there'd be a pawn system in it. I was just like, oh, that'd be so awesome to like go to the pawn shop, like, this is everything we have. And you're like, oh, cool. They could periodically get new things in, like, oh, that would be awesome. Yearbooks, okay. So like 2001 Almanac goes over everything that happened in 2001. Ooh, they'd have a delivery service too? Or do you mean just like the trading in and out? That's in Earthbound. CJ, the system where we can like have our sister take things away out of our inventory. I did, and I'm really interested in trying Earthbound Beginnings. Was it CJ? Who? Somebody was like, you might not like just how much of a regression Earthbound Beginnings is from Earthbound. And I like looked it up, and I'm like, okay, I do plan on playing Final Fantasy 1, a pixel remaster, granted, but this definitely looks better than Final Fantasy 1. And if I can play Final Fantasy 1, I'm pretty sure I can play this, or Fire Emblem, the first Fire Emblem game too. Brutal and how so? Like difficulty, or just because the inventory system is apparently worse somehow? I'm amazed at how long of a game it is for how old it is. It's like an 18-hour game. That's crazy. All right, I lowered the bitrate to try to help out those who are having stuttering issues. Are you guys watching it at lower quality, or are you using it at auto? Because you might just want to lower it manually if that's the case. Oh, so everything. That one might be like an open. I might make it like an open season for chat. I haven't done that with any other game I've ever played, but that might be one where it's like, I really want to play it, but I also don't want to be stuck on this game for weeks. So let's consider chat an open note test or something like that. It's 480p. Then drop it to 144. I bet it won't stutter anymore. I know it's gonna suck in terms of the quality, but it won't stutter anymore. You know how often I have to reduce shit to 144? Not as much as I used to, but in the past, a lot. Especially if I'm on data instead of on Wi-Fi. Look at this! Look at this lovely big shiny Buxby! That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country? Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Oh, that's lovely. Ah, what a sublime sound. I agree. It's like the music of angels. never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by pressing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. Carefully by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed. Though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Yeah, because I mean, there's always a noticeable dip in quality when that happens. Like, noticeable dip. Oh, really? Hey, as long as they loop. A minute's not that bad of a loop. Look at that enormous ledger open at the on the counter there. Excuse me. Mr. Winterbrink is, if nothing else, very particular about how recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be. That's literally the first sentence that went through my head was he'd have to be. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye for more than the ledger. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a special belying... God, I cannot read today. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with the speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... blow his brains out? Indeed. In recompense for his blunder. Oh my. In any case, of course we'd never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? There seems to be a little door hidden behind the curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Jones? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I'm not sure that's true. At least unsolicited. I'm frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. The prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Yep. Alright, well. That be all! I guess not. Wait, is what's her face here? Iris? She is not, okay. What did I miss? Do I have to present something to him, maybe? Perhaps? Oh no, they won't let me present anything to him. Not that there's anything to present to him anyways. I am assaulted with information I neither care to remember, nor care to know, nor care to retain. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. There's a small catch just here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-based mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through, though. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this before. What? Only 2 pence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. This article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing by the counter. Oh, that was 2 people talking. Oh, I bet this is what's-her-face. Come on, that can't be right! Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Yep. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago.
Double band.
I like Gina's character a lot. Honestly, no. Maybe I'm off base by saying this because it's like encouraging petty crimes and stuff like that, but she's kind of a badass. That might not be correct in any sense, but that's just the way I feel. Go on, Bennett! You lot! Wait, how'd you steal that back? Oh, she's still loading it. Okay. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pot that black weasel, sorry, coat, have you? What is it about the black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Well, unless you're wearing greens or browns in England, apparently your stuff is shite. Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken, you would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What's that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Yeah, didn't we notice that already many times? Whatever. Well, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who would use a prom broker, Mr. Strahd. Yeah, well, I am, all right. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Wait, is that an actual, like, term? And then Chevy Chase made his stage name based off of that term? Or is that his real name? That might actually be his real name. I just assume most actors have stage names. Brooke London. Brooke London accent. That's a great way to describe my attempt at whatever her accent is. You like my Brooke London accent? Oh no, puke! It's not that bad! I think she might actually. It might be time for her to. Yeah, it might be time for her to drop a deuce. Alright, I'll be right back. By the way, if you're on the Discord, if anybody has like a good they know of, and you don't have to go searching for it. It's just something if you happen to know, like a good accent tutorial, like vid. I feel like I should start. I've been meaning to start watching some of those, but I don't have time to like search through all of them to find good ones that won't like put me to sleep immediately. I need ones that are concise, you know. Give me the information I need in the most efficient way possible. You can feel free to drop any of those links in my inbox or the suggestion box. muddy outside. I want her paws off. Not those dirty paws. That also means I don't want you pawing me. You got those dirty paws. I can only wipe off so much dirt from a dog's paws. For Cockney? No, I mean for anything. Anything that can help me expand and make more accurate my accent arsenal. That's what I'm looking for. Oh yes, yeah, see that? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for, Lynch. Something like that. You won't be able to do it in this chat. And you're not are you in the Discord? People who are active on Discord ebbs and flows, so I never quite remember everyone who's in it. If you're not in the Discord, though, I could just look the video up and bookmark it for later. Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy. Oh, yeah, that line. What did Chevy do before making cars? Or is it a different Chevrolet? I guess that word had to come from somewhere, right? Okay, thanks. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I'll best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? Well, not this time, alright? I swear! That thing belongs to me! The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Mr. Strahd has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
This is a music disc, you see, or use inside a music box.
The music box? What? You don't even remember what a music box is? What? You don't even know what a music box is? Just you Eastern Lord ain't too savvy, eh? Savvy. I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before.
A small produces that metal disc. It encodes the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box. You see, British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
There are 700 of them! Cheviot Chase. Oh, I see. English-Scottish border.
He's been in before, of course. Just a little...
What?
Tatterdemalion? Tatterdemalion?
Tatterdemalion.
I see. I bought some dubious article or other with her every single time I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today?
Well, it's really for that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket. So, Mr. Stratus actually came to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forwarded at midnight tonight. But as she gave me a ticket for it, that was paid for both the loan and the interest. I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank.
The little scamp was wearing it, ma'am. The overcoat it was the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Tatterdemalion? Tatterdemalion? Like what the fuck is that? Tatterdemalion?
This is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I agree on a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
Really quite simple. Yes, the child bought me a storage ticket, and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, if she was a little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
It means of this, then yes, exactly.
She immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up! I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man, it's me old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please! Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen! What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I've a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a great gent, wait, if you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impotent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker.
Oh, yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. I mean, she has it on. That's a y'all problem now. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This is the first time that I've been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come down, Mr. Stride. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're in the coat's trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. You think I'm the dodgy one? I think you're both kind of dodgy.
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. You're a woman after all.
God. Ouchie really fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Well, somebody's fucked. He did win the war, not gonna lie. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant!
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not? Well,
if we were to take people's names down, no one would come in here for their shady business practices and I'd be out of a job.
Yes, over hard. Well, why not?
Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
It was quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword? Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course, it's... Professor!
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. Why, man? So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their articles and activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Was it now? Was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the same combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. Date of deposit, a description, and watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
If that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? Did she say the correct watchword? How would she have known?
Yes, that's right, sir, yes. That's as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I've supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. The watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
Ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. I've been watching a lot of, I should just say I've been rewatching, the IT Crowd as I've been editing. Man. So sad that they fucked that up. The American IT Crowd. Yeah, Joel McHale. How do you fuck that up? And one of the accents I've always wanted to imitate is Matt Berry's over the top accent. Okay, we talked to him. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan, I've heard talk of the place. What was that? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else, and what was that theatrical gesticulation about? You wouldn't get it, Twain. You're not British. You know, as much as I've watched the first 3 parts of JoJo very closely, I never catch these references that people talk about other than like specific art styles. Like, oh, JoJo. Like, I don't remember that shit at all. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to the right things. Makes you think of Draco? Draco wasn't that stylish. Could be more like his dad. How do you get introduced to Lucius? Red hair. What was it? Red hair, vacant expression, tattered secondhand books. You must be the Weasleys. I die every time I hear that dudes drop that line. So fucking good. You must be the Weasleys. Later, Devin. He kind of looks like Zappelli. Kind of. Like, he has a top hat and a suit. But, like, wasn't Zappelli's face a lot different? He had a mustache. That's what I remember the most about him. And his hat's entirely different. Well, it's not entirely different, but the design is diamonds instead of rectangles. And it's longer, and it's black. But yeah, I guess this here very closely mirrors the Zappelli outfit. But yeah, their faces are entirely different. Like, I wouldn't see this dude and think Zappelli. Traveling magician, exactly. This guy doesn't look like a magician to me. Zappelli very much looked like a magician. Let us hope that Mr. Potter will always be around to save the day. What a fucking great actor. It's so sad that their characters at the end get kind of pushed aside because that deprived us of more Lucius Malfoy. It does look like he could be a Grammary. But even, again, Valet looks more like Zappelli than he does. What? A mirror? What the what? Dwayne talking about JoJo references. This is a JoJo reference. I need to get on part 4 now. I finally was able to get through part 3. Which I know was sacrilege because everybody likes Jotaro, and I'm like, yeah, he gets significantly better later. I agree. he's only not last because Jonathan didn't get like nearly as much development, just because part 1's shorter. Didn't get nearly as much development as Joseph and then subsequently Jotaro got. So I guess he's second of 3. Middling. I am a fan of Fairy Tail, yes. Yes, I am. Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another. I personally believe that is the inherently polite way to go about things. If you wish to know information about me, you should probably offer information of you, of you, as a sign of good. I was gonna say shine, shown. Combination of sign and shown. Good faith. Yeah, I've only watched the sub of Tartarus, Avatar, and Alvarez, because I was catching those like as they were being released, whereas all the other ones I just binged in English. God. All right. Well, I guess it's gonna take me another 3 years to finish part 4, like I did with part 3. Oh, ass? They can't even wipe their own ass. Of course, yes. I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Cumberbatch. Okay, this one's really obvious. In fact, I'm kind of disappointed at how obvious this one is. Maybe it's because my favorite breakfast food is literally Eggs Benedict, and every time I try a new breakfast place, if they have Eggs Benedict, I will try it.
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go!
Happy Friday. Thank you, Rick. 27 months. 27 fucking months. Much appreciated, Rick. Hope you had a wonderful week. Hope your fam is doing wonderfully in the winter. Did your you had some alone time with the kid lately, didn't you? Your wife was gone? How did that turn out? I would have been petrified. Because I know I'm going to be petrified the first time that happens. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. That's good. Oh, are you encouraging her now? Like, yeah, just go. I'll take care of it. Now it's dead time. Dead time. My wife's gonna hate me because I'm gonna do little things to undermine her. When I have the kid to myself. No, you shouldn't do that. But seriously, kid's first word is gonna be dad-ass, especially if I'm still working from home. You better believe You better believe them first words is going to be dad. Well, I feel like it would be rewarding time. I don't have a kid, so I don't know, but I feel like being a dad and doing dad things would be more fulfilling and rewarding than like, oh, I'm just bumming around on, I don't know, Minecraft or Terraria, or, you know, just something like that. Or like, think about your Rust server. For those that don't know, Rick is admin on a very, very gigantic Rust server. But instead of having to deal with kids on there that aren't your kids, you get to deal with your actual kid, who's not a complete shithead, like those other kids are, right? Your kid is still a perfect angel. You get to mold, you know, you get to mold as you please. Whereas these other kids, some other parents already fucked up. And now you just have to deal with the consequences of their fuck up. God. Oh, man. I can't imagine how annoying it must be to deal with those people sending you all those just petty messages. Complaining about why they did this illegal thing and why they weren't banned, or why they were banned for doing this illegal thing. And I shouldn't generalize all of them, though. Obviously, some of them are fine. If it was really that bad, you wouldn't bother. But yeah, good to hear. See, that sort of thing makes me excited. I want it to come to fruition. Just not time yet. Well, I'm ready for it. But it generally takes two in a good relationship for that to come to fruition. He claimed to be an admin, which is stupid because you would know that, right? That's so weird. The rules didn't explicitly say I couldn't call anybody the N-word. Like, God, do we really have to explain this? Now to the matter at hand. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. I actually think it looks kind of good on her with the... It goes with the rest of her ensemble. Maybe it's because she has the collared shirt. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egger Benedict, sir. Now I feel like I should have given him Max's voice. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. It does look bad on him. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just 'cause I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you.
Just this one?
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another, that is, I deposited another. Another disc?
Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. It just happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. And I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Oh! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Oh my! Yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because all those sharp little bumps. Well, he's basically dead, right? Infection. He didn't have the ability to treat infections back then. Woo! I could change his voice still. Because one problem I have is that it's kind of close to what's his face's voice in terms of the way that I say it. And I don't want to conflate the two. The Chief Justice. A gentle hug. Oh, come now. She's no Ray, is she? Only I give the most gentlest of hugs. This man must have scratched his finger on him. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. What? They're just gonna come after me then. He's right there. Miss Lestrade, why is this so important to her? You there in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Maybe I get to be the judge. Oh, Mrs. Straw is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Those piercing eyes, he's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. Get Mr. Winnybig watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about. Somehow I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. I mean, this fraught situation must be our first priority. I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in this shop. What the? Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. Looks like somebody's name. Or McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be? But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? All the little bumps on the disc, they're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grabbing some daikon radish. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts. Puts me off eating radish. Well, not the taste. Playing devil's advocate, as it were. Is it this thing? Oh. Do we need to... Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy Bar of Carmel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial experience of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of Carmel. Oh, I agree with that. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Miss Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoted every word that was uttered. Devoured. My ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Oh, and I love it. I love his... Because, like, being a drama queen is one thing, but, like, when you can express it the way he does, that makes it all okay. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? Well, a lady's in trouble. A Drew Jet's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not an hour later. Later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. Ah! It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. So who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I'd hoped. That is precisely the paint expression I was looking for. I'm in danger! What fetish are we talking about? They do use it a lot, yeah. I actually thought J.K. Rowling had some really annoying overuses of certain phrases in the going back to we're talking about Harry Potter before. It was just like, oh god, do you have anything else that you can say besides these like two things that you repeat over and over and over again? Devoured. Those British guys misspelling. I think I'm definitely missing what you guys are referring to. Well, the problem is that in this situation, like the way this game is set up, he can't be right about the details. Like, because then it's boring for us. Like, what are we doing then? Just being Watson and fumbling around and taking note of things and every once in a while correcting them, or being the median between his social awkwardness and normal people? Owen surprised me. Interestingly enough, I mean, when I read those books, I was younger, so it probably didn't come off as a slur to me. But if I looked at it now, I'd be like, "What? Really?" And I guess that was fine back then because I didn't notice it. Is it the movies too? I haven't seen the movies in for fucking ever. I mean, half breed, kind of a slur for someone like me, but I don't. People say it, and I'm just like, okay. It just has no power behind it. Oh, bitch. They use bitch a few times. Molly Weasley calls Bellatrix Lestrange a bitch before she fucking obliterates her into nothingness. Oh, when he inflated her? Which, like, I mean, so I can't sit here and tell you that, oh yes, I find bitch to be absolutely terrible, considering it's infrequent, but I do say it on the channel. So to pretend like I don't would be wrong and hypocritical. It's one of the words though where I feel increasingly like I'd rather have something else to say. I haven't yet found, like, I need to find, like, what that is. Because my immediate alternative to bitch, calling someone a bitch, I never say it in a way where it's like, if I say it, like, to a woman character about, and it's due to the fact that she is a woman, it's, like, very over the top, like, not to be taken seriously. Not that that's okay. But normally I say it in the sense like you're a wimp. But my backup is calling that person a pussy, and that is it's the same thing, right? Because wimp's just such a weak word. It needs something better than wimp. But probably not bitch or pussy. Ugh. I honestly thought it was something else though. Like that I wouldn't have known as a slur at the time when I was reading it. It's dandy. Yeah, see, like that's the thing. I think it works in that scenario, and you're making it gender neutral then, because you're not. It doesn't matter if you're whatever gender you are. You can be called a bitch because the reference is that you're a wimp. Stop being a little wimp. Is dandy a gay slur? Well, because they say the P word now in England usually, right? See, but asshole doesn't. So normally instead of seriously calling a woman a bitch in that sense, I normally say asshole or jerk. But that's because asshole or even a dick, because fuck, yeah, you're a dick. Stop being a dick. That's a power dynamic thing, right? Where it's like, yeah, I'll say dick. Sure, it's a double standard, but like it's because there's no power behind, or there's much less power being behind the gender part of it being called a dick than bitch. Well, I don't want to bring it back if that's the case. Deluxe. I may or may not want. Lux is like, it depends on who and the scenario. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is it gonna leave my vocabulary anytime soon? Probably not. But I am going to try to find alternatives to it. But like, if I'm being honest, I think if you can turn anything into it's gender neutral, it's not that it fully cures the issue, because it's still based on a history, right? Because like that's where it like arose from initially, but like If you make it so that something like bitch could be referred to anybody, then I don't see it as bad. But then you could start arguing the same thing about other slurs, and then it becomes a bit of a, you know, like, well, where's that slippery slope? Is that a slippery slope? My wife calls me a bitch sometimes. I think it's hilarious, but there's a reason, right? Haven't you been here for a while, Maxim? Dick. I agree with that too. Yeah, I know a lot of girls that do that too, and that's fine. If you want to take it as like, if you want to change it into something like that, that's up to you then. What do you mean gumshoe? Richard Gumshoe. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. That's nice. It's nice. I don't know. Unfortunately, like, part of the thing with, like, I want to be a better person and considering other people's feelings, but it really does, like, the problem, and it's not like it doesn't outweigh the issues that, you know, these oppressed individuals have felt for their entire lives and their history and whatever else. But, like, there are circumstances like bitch where it's like people generally seem okay with it, but are they? Is that gonna change? Will it change? Probably, maybe, I don't know. But I guess all you can do is just go with what you think's right, and consequences come as they may. An ESTP? I wonder what my wife is. I don't think she's ever done one of those, a Myers-Briggs test. I should have her try one. Then I'll know, because then I'll be like, hey, bitch. She'll be like, why'd you start calling me that? Because I was told that if you're an ESTP, you would prefer to be called a bitch. Oh, man. Well, that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Has he held that in his hand the entire time? Yes. What brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Did he, like, pull this out after the fact? Because when he was doing all this before, it was not in his hands. With their mind. Yeah, I mean, if she's gonna blow me up, I want it to be with her stiletto digging into my head. Not like blowing up. That's so boring. Just being blown up with somebody's. Fucking step on me, woman. Whammon. Whammon. And even the most observant, even the most unobservant, would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the missing ferrule. Is that how that's pronounced? The end of any walking cane should be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is, in fact, no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Oh, ESP, like, psychic powers. Duh. Yeah, I don't think I could have a relationship with the mind reader. Although, interestingly enough, one weird upside to it is like, if they decide to date you before it gets revealed to you that they're a mind reader, that means they've heard all your thoughts before that point, and they were still okay with it. Because whatever dirty thoughts or whatever thoughts you had after you learned, probably going to be similar to the ones you had before, so it's not like it's going to be anything new to them. Unless you suddenly get the urge to murder them or something. No, I missed it. I definitely missed it. I thought it was funny because he's still be referring to the ESTP thing. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, that is, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment of this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. That was your first introduction to ESP, was the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya? Well, I guess you're young. That could make sense. I was gonna say I didn't see the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya until I was what? 24 years old? And I had heard the term ESP many times before that. Why we gotta bring spiders? Why we gotta bring spiders into every conversation? Talking about mind readers. Spiders somehow make their way into the conversation. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planet. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another. One that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? Man, that stepping on cats thing is never gonna go away. By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you will gain access to. God, I can't read today. By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. I mean, it means your servers must just be working better, because I haven't changed anything. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawn-broking puzzle. Well, it is some shit that Danny Ocean would do, but yeah, there'd be no broken shovel problem there. Mr. Sholmes... Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though if you know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? He is a criminal, as you said, and buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all.
All my life, I certainly have not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. An excellent idea! And then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Herlock Sholmes, magnificent, logic and reasoning, spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did Mr. Benedict here at... What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, rubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. The detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of this shop have been written down here too. Bank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Look at the beautiful polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Sholmes is right. It's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. Wait, was that? Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. Wait, did I had them all backwards. That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Look at the beautifully polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Sholmes is right. It's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. Perhaps you could adopt a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. It might rather suit you. I have a feeling it might argue with the sword around my waist. You have a lot of long things going on there in that case, yeah. I am getting my arrows backwards somehow. Oh, man. That silk top hat is whiter than white. Only an English gentleman could hope to carry off something so bright. It became kind of a running meme among my friend group when I was a lot younger, like 18, where I had a habit of going the wrong way in like parking lots and places like that where they'd have arrows and like go this way, and I would apparently not abide by those arrows ever. And so Tone in particular would call me out every time, like, well, you do go against the arrows. And he started applying that to other things too. So I don't do that anymore. And I usually only did it when it wasn't very crowded. I like kind of just didn't care, which is negligent, I know, but I was a negligent person. But yeah, apparently I've still kept that habit. Fuck your arrow, I go the other way. But it looks so incongruous with the black overcoat, don't you think? Very much so. Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. How about it, Mr. Naruhodo? I think you look very fetching in a white top hat. Well, you know, I think it might look rather incongruous with my black university uniform, so... Okay.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl, matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What a rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's a middle cap, commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice crackling sound on the pavement? Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. Doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. There's a sword in it, probably. I have a cane with a sword in it, so I mean, I would expect him to as well, obviously. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. AG. What does AG stand for? Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Because that's not his name. Oh. Is there anything else on the cane? I don't think so. Yeah, this cane is just bare wood. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, this is where the shovel blade would have been attached. Couldn't it just be that the tip fell off? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I couldn't possibly speculate. This?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak of is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgar Benedict? Or EB. We're led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had the cane for years. Good. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Scarlet. You recoil, sir. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. I've been looking closely at this hat for some time now, and I've been looking closely at this hat for some time now, and it suddenly occurred to me. A bright white top hat like that might just be the hat for me. You like it, don't you? I think I do, don't I? Well, in that case, you can see if there isn't something similar among Mr. Whittybank's forfeited items. After we've concluded our investigation, we must focus on the task in hand at the moment. The hat is... Okay, so the hat's, like, very circumstantial, but it is evident. Why would he wear the fucking hat with the... But I mean, there are explanations to this. He could just have a really shitty sense of style.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. Good, because that was kind of flimsy. We have to prove that the coat doesn't belong to him. Oh. There we go.
Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look. So it is. You know, a moment ago, when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. And I think it's probably the sound of this seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have hope of fastening it at the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry. So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? Really giving this some thought.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windybank. Ugh! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You know, it's not like this is the boat. He could just run. He could just leave. He's not actually detained by the police. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Do you use XD? What, is like an emote? Does that determine something about you? Ne sais pas. Ne sais pas. A French phrase I don't think I've ever heard before. He's gonna have a counter argument full of flat facts and logics. Oh yeah, this guy definitely. He's gonna stay and let us know. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor.
If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windybank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. The question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? See, this is why I could never be a fucking criminal that required, because the eyesight required to be any good at my job. Look at this, Miss Usato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windybank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windybank must have made a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Take that!
I also type XD as capital. What does that say about me?
Method is revealed by the notelet? Never heard it called that before. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to have. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligence pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windybank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him watching the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. Notelet. Okay. It is a completely different face. Your tongue is going this way. As opposed to it being a gigantic grin. You have a tongue going out. Some people are just lunatics, though, Scarlet. You gotta consider that. XD? XD? Where are my members at? Because Trep says real men type capital XD, but real men type SOGXD. Yeah, it does. Or your mouth is super big compared to your eyes. Oh, God. I still have to get that, What? In fact, tell me right now. I'm gonna look for it right now. What's the, plugin that I need to find? And doesn't that make it so that if you type it in, if you type the whatever in, it'll come up as the actual emote? K knows the deal. Better TV? Okay, there we go. Better TTV, but yes, okay.
Does it work with YouTube though, or does it just work with Twitch? Is there one that works with YouTube? In beta for YouTube support. Okay. Yeah, maybe their YouTube beta is called Better YouTube. Or is the other one's Better TTV? But I have it up now, so I'll take a look at it.
And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan?
What is this? Oh. I'm an idiot. Like, what the fuck is that? It got censored! Look! I can see it on my chat window, but it got censored. Leads in for oh man. See? That's what sucks about having poor eyesight. You look that much more stupid when you can't figure something out right away because you'll have to be like, I'm sorry, what was that? I see. The boobs that were posted got censored. It didn't show up. Like, I can see it in the chat, so you can probably see it in the chat. But on the chat box, on the overlay, it didn't show up. I was curious to see if it would, and it just skipped over it. That got censored too. Does it just censor things that are mostly symbols, maybe? In general, to avoid the issue? Chaotic. That is chaotic. Fuck everybody that smiles the opposite direction. I'm neutral. Which makes sense, because I always considered myself a neutral good. Not a lawful good. Yeah, how can people live with themselves doing that? Just stop it, Scarlet! XB is lawful evil. Yep, that one didn't show up either. Which brings us, at last, to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank, isn't even worth a penny. Yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? Yeah, it's the one thing we fucking have. And we already looked at it, so. You know, maybe I'm weird, but sometimes, like, I feel like sometimes I want the face, and other times I don't want the face. I think mostly because I use the face when I'm like being a dick, or it's more of like a troll smile. But it's like that sort of smile. But then if I'm genuinely smiling, I just use I like it to be just the normal colon parenthetical. I don't know if that's weird or whatever, but I feel like to me, I look at them two different ways. Even though that face is supposed to be the same thing, it does not look like the same thing to me. That looks like that looks like a fucking prick, let me tell you that. The emoji looks like a dickhead that's done something and you just don't know it yet, but he did something. There's an inscrutable energy to it. Incontrovertible.
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know.
What's that on the back?
It reads for McGilvin.
Oh!
Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilvin, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Ugh. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbroker today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded.
I tried to sound like two people there, but... That is hilarious, Scarlet, by the way. Awful circumstances, but hilarious to think about. I'm sitting there like... And then the police would come and wreck my face so I look like that prick emoji. I mean, this is the superior smile anyways. You know why we don't use me smiling? Because KY smile looks way better than mine. That's just a face that's just like, yeah. No dickheadedness behind that smile. My smile makes me look like I'm a lunatic. Oh, that's right. So I thought we needed a glasses emote, like a sunglass emote like that. So I am definitely stealing the one Halucha made with Susato and the sunglasses. What's that? I'll show you what that is supposed to be. It's supposed to be two things put together. Oh, don't want to do that. Hey, that's weird. A weird location to take me to. There. Anatomy of a meme. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's supposed to be Phoenix, me as Phoenix sweating, which I always interpreted as Phoenix's version of Monka S, which is when you're nervous about something. So that's what that face is. The problem is that you can't. It's kind of hard to. Like, I could zoom in more, but like then it's only going to catch like part of the face. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea why Nervous Pepe is called Monka S. That's a good question. It's definitely not just a word backwards, because I don't think Saknam is a word. I mean, vaguely angry could be part of it too. It's more of just like nervousness, like not even nervousness. It's anxiety, which can involve a bunch of different emotions at the same time, right? Yeah, maybe if I zoomed in on it more, you would get the detail more, and it would look less angry. Here, I'll do it for you, Scarlett, so that you don't have to. Oop. I accidentally typed monks instead of Monka S. Originally created by an individual who went by the name of Monka Senpai, which should explain where the emote gets its name from. So there you go. That's fairly straightforward. A little less interesting. None your business. That's none your business. Well. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Now he could run, and yet he's still standing there. What, does he have a way to get it by force if all went poorly? Because if that's the case, he should probably use it now.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today...
Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger.
Hey, that's bullshit. If you deposit something in February, you are automatically getting less days in the 2 month period. 2 months. That's a fucking scam. Scam. No, it wouldn't be 15th February. 2 months ago would have been, what, 13th February? 12th February? Depending on whether it was a leap year. Wendy Bank's pawnbrokers exposed.
Scamming is magic.
Well, the problem is that it involves math, which is black magic. Calm my T. Calm my TI. Pawnbroker exposed with this one weird trick. Subtraction. Oh, I guess it'd be addition. I think you can do both. You can do it either way. I guess it just depends on which way you're going from. Oh, that's, man. Dude. Okay. TI-84. I'm going to tell you guys something. And this is just between me and all of you. And then all of you that watch this later and end up hearing this part. I don't have a TI-84 in my house, which should not matter because I have no reason to use a TI-84 or a TI-83. It makes me anxious when I think about it. The fact that I don't have this calculator that I don't even need makes me anxious. Because that's how school fucked me up. Why should I feel anxious about that? Why do I still have nightmares about not turning in homework, not having the assignment done, or not having studied for a test on accident? It's infuriating. I hate the way the American school system is set up so much. So much. I can't speak to others because the only other school system that I kind of know something about is the Japanese school system. And still not even enough to like have an informed opinion on it. All I know is that going to school half of Saturday is bullshit.
If I was at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests...
Yes, 15th February. is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place.
The ominous bus?
At 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
I didn't know it was that late at night when that happened.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
Not U.S. schools. We don't go to school on Saturday. People would fucking riot. Riots.
Parents would probably be very happy.
Yeah, Japanese schools. I was under the understanding that they go to school for like a half day on Saturday. So really the only full day they have off is Sunday, which is playing Persona. Just playing Persona made me feel so bad for them. Like, just going about the daily life routine, I was just like, they only have this one day. And if you want to have any sort of plans, that's your fucking day, basically. After school, especially if you have to do cram school, additional studying or whatever else. It's terrible.
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However,
where did that come from? Did he take it off the desk and Mr. Windybank was just sitting there like, oh, I mean, it was either you were going to kill me or I was going to shoot myself, so, yeah.
I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do?
Let's see if what happens if I tell him to fuck off. Because if you shoot me, there's about to be these other 4 people around that'll probably jump your guts. Fuck off. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This probably isn't one of them, but we're gonna do it anyways. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Oh, okay, you still have your gun. Mr. Windybank.
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
You... Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. An arm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now we'll sort this, eh?
Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life with my very own establishment.
Oh, teachers are definitely underpaid in the U.S. It's embarrassing.
It would seem you have the upper hand.
You mean I have the straight flush here. It's the only hand that there's no hand that can beat that. Unless you're playing in a Simpsons card game. In which case, like, what do you got? 6 queens, read them and weep. 7 queens. And you're like, wait, what? The fucking mobster card game. And it's presented so much that you should just be like, oh my god, he won! But instead you should be thinking, why are there more than 4 queens? It doesn't make any sense.
Right, you lot have got some explaining to do, and I appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Dude, he was pointing a gun at me. How is that petty? In the slightest.
Petty? Mr. Windybank nearly was really met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear.
The whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is the case, Inspector?
Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Ah!
Oh, now he's running.
He's gotten away!
Get after him. Get after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer, too.
Sir! There's been a spat of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning.
Oh, yes?
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate.
It's all yours, Inspector.
Grr.
Took your coat, too. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. I agree that it's Gregson that has the black magic here. Endless, bottomless chips. Oh. Grandparents text me. I hope there's nothing wrong. They could taste very meh and it would still be awesome. As long as you could choke them down, that's unlimited food. Oh no, she got the coat. How'd she get the coat back? Did he take it off? Did he like throw it at him when he left? I guess he could have. That would be one way to distract them. That makes sense.
See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All I do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it, after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through his pockets and said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scarper.
I've heard Scarpa before, once, in Frasier, when they were referring to, Daphne's father leaving, like, just running away from her mother. But I don't know what the word comes from. A lot of these, I'm like, okay, I can see where the meaning comes from. But, like, what word is Scarper basing off of? Is there a word called Scarper that means something else that I've never heard before? Maybe? I don't know. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you in serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mine. The music box disc? But Mr. Windybanks said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, odd stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windybanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. You're not my dad. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windybank. But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. There should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, you are incredibly entitled for such a downtrodden individual. I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Huh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, Todd. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Something? Wow. That was a fucking Goku instant transmission. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Look at Rinosuke over here like, oh yes, did I forget to mention that I am a child psychologist as well. I studied that subject as well on the boat from Japan to Britain, just in case something of the like would arise. It's not that he changed back into the white coat. He just had the black coat over the white coat, didn't he? At least that's what I thought he did. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? Oh, that's a surprise. You should have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later, then. Until later, like now later? I wasn't sure which one were psychology and which ones were law, so I read you both to be sure. Fuck, I lost words all of a sudden. No wonder he seemed so flimsy on everything still, because he covered 2 topics of study. I'm sure a lot of people in the US get confused by it. I didn't know what it meant the first time I saw it. Of course, the first time I saw it, I was like 9 because it was at a restaurant. I'm like, oh, fries are also chips. Okay, and I just remembered that. Ah, Susie and Runo, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it! Goodness! Look at the time already!
Busy as always?
I am! I'm preparing everything for dinner this...
No, she doesn't have that same accent.
I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening!
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes! After all, we have a special guest joining us! Guess who it is? Go on! You'll never guess!
Those little eyes of hers shining.
Oh dear, is it awkward when you already know the answer? It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Jenny! Isn't that exciting?
Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Oh, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I always thought Jenny was an adorable name too.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tricks from a real professional!
Oh yes, that does sound like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to?
Ellie? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he just behaves like a child sometimes. Hurley does.
Jennifer! I remember there was, so when I was in high school, I was really into Harry Potter. And before the 7th book was released, after the 6th book, before the 7th book though, I got really into fan fiction. Just because I couldn't wait to like, when's it gonna be released? Ah! So I needed something to hold me over, so I turned to bad writing by amateurs to figure that out. That's not to say there aren't some good writers on fanfiction.net, but most of them are not. Anyways, one of the weirdest things that came up there is that there was... nobody could decide on what Ginny's name stood for. And I don't think they actually revealed it until late in the 7th book. So they went with Generva, and... It wasn't Jennifer. But there was another one. And so, like, people were arguing about it. When they would choose the name of the story, there'd be somebody else commenting on how it's this, you're wrong. I'm like, oh my god, this is the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard. Yeah, Ginny and Tonic, there you go. No, it's Ginny and Tonic! God damn it. Virginia, that was the other one. People could not agree on whether it was Generva or Virginia. Those are the two most popular ones. I think there was a third one too, but I can't remember what the third one was. And there were like serious arguments about this. I'm like, hey, it's not that serious. JK didn't use her real name for 6 books. I don't think you need to either. Just saying. I think it's all a waste of your energy. It was not. It was Generva, wasn't it? I think is what was ultimately revealed.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they?
Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent. That's exactly what I was gonna say. But Iris is the parent. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face?
Oh no, it's nothing.
I know what it is! Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you?
Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book that I wrote.
Oh, this girl's dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
Okay then, let us converse. The Generva Convention was just a collection of all 5 people who've ever been named Generva deciding how we should and shouldn't kill each other. Oh God. Oh my God. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilda case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, who else? Who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale.
You're talking to her like she made it up.
Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. If I chase her down...
Was not expecting that to happen. She pulls out the gun and utters,
and I chase after her down the back alleys. It's a fun little game we play. I chase after her and she thinks I'm gonna kill her.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed.
Oh.
There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants to make a whole rainbow. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose that means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yeah, I mean, you saw her load it earlier, didn't you? So, I mean, use common sense. She certainly didn't make it herself. Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come. Yeah, except orange. I mean, that's how you know she hates you. If she shoots you and orange comes out. But if she shoots you and any of the other colors come out, then she really likes you.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
They're dead.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
They're dead. My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore.
Like, what did you expect her to say?
Oh, they're just traveling around the world inventing great things themselves. But, you know, I didn't want to get in their way, so I just came to live with Hurley instead. But they'll be back in about, you know, a month and a half.
Like, what were they expecting? What the fuck were they expecting? Either they're dead,
or they abandoned me at the doorstep.
God.
Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
And now he's dead, which we already know. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh, yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholm's partner was your father? Exactly. Billy told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it. And I found... And found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me that he wasn't really my daddy. I mean...
It must have done.
I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age.
Does it seem like he's a guy who thinks about that sort of thing?
Ellie says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Exactly. Oh?
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually.
I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Early's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his head.
Yeah, that's what happened with us. Oh, I see.
The other day was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone.
You can say that again.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that...
How are we not, like, fucking Seto Kaiba blown away at this point? You could argue 2 months had gone by, a lot of shit's happened, but we were literally accused of killing this man. That's not a name you should be forgetting very quickly. She even threw the middle initial in there.
I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yeah, Wilson's a common name, but Dr. John H. Wilson kind of narrows, in a faraway land, kind of narrows it down just a bit, where if I'm Naruhodo, the first thing that comes to mind isn't, oh, that's probably a different John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. The man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato, yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you! Hey! Mr. Holmes! Mr. Sholmes. I don't know who this Holmes fellow is. I don't know why that came out. Whew, slip of the tongue. Well, but did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really?
Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed?
A violin? Whatever you're talking about, dear madam.
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
oh, another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Miss Susaro. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilden's disc. How do you sleight of hand a big old disc like that? Good for him. Wow.
Oh my!
I think so. My initial reaction was that I agree with you, but I also understand the notion that maybe we are not the right people to tell her. Maybe it should be Sholmes that tells her. Like, does Sholmes not know? He was in Japan too, wasn't he? Well, I guess it didn't actually say that, right? He was just on the boat with us. He could have came from the prior destination. But yeah, I get the impulse to do it there because she still doesn't know, and that seems too cruel in and of itself. But yeah, I definitely then, if we take a step back, think about it and go, they're probably not the people that should tell her. It should come from somebody she's known for a lot longer and significantly more comfortable with. And the person that knew her dad the best, probably besides her. Well, actually, yes, the guy that probably knew her dad the best. That would, that'd probably be the most appropriate thing to do. Then, what's it doing here? At times, Miss Naruhodo, I think that, though I have an undeniable turn for detection. Wait, is that what? Did I read that right? Yeah, okay. I may well be even more adept at larceny.
Oh yay! Larceny! 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 That would be wonderfully exciting! I'd be your pickpocketing assistant!
God. Suddenly, I get huge, what was his name? Or what was her name? Gentle Criminal and La Brava vibes. Except that I think La Brava loved Gentle Criminal, whereas this is more of a daddy-daughter relationship. Right. Duh.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all her menacing crime notifications.
Gentle Criminal and La Brava are from My Hero Academia. He was the gentle criminal, the gentleman criminal trope is what he was based on. And he was evil, but also kind of not really. And La Brava was his little red-headed child-looking assistant who, worshipped him. Now, I haven't watched any of the most recent season. Well, no, I have. I haven't gotten past where they first arrived at their agency. And I saw the movie, too, I guess. But as far as I know, it seemed like it was a filler arc. And for a filler arc, I thought they were wonderful characters that made it interesting. But it could be that it wasn't a filler arc at all. And it also has some very, deep significance to later parts of the story, but I don't know yet. Don't you fucking spoil it for me, you manga readers. I mean, to be fair, how many arcs have there been since that? 2? There haven't been a lot. That's pretty recent, unless you mean the manga. Because if you mean the manga, then that sucks. Because I'm pretty sure manga readers are much further along. That would be unfortunate. He kills Darth Vader? That'd be something. Be kind of disappointing. I'd really hope Vader would just like slice his hand off. He's not a lightsaber, for Christ's sakes. Deku does have speed though. That speed is something.
Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. There have been 4 in the so I have 4 shitty arcs to look forward to? Well, 3.5 basically. That is unfortunate. Yikes. But that Maxim kind of illustrates my point here. He says that was a good arc, and as far as I know, it's a filler arc. And if you can say that was a good arc in a shonen and it was filler, that's impressive because most filler arcs are absolutely trash. The filler arcs in Fairy Tail, for example, some of the worst anime I've ever watched. Just completely pointless. You could just remove them entirely from the story and nothing would change. They're the heroes. They are the heroes of the anime world. I have seen both Full Metal Alchemist, yes. Well, all that could mean is that the other 4 arcs are great, since that was the last one you can call good. Hey, obviously I know what you mean. Just because something's in a manga doesn't mean it's not filler. I think you're looking at it, the definition of filler in a very, very narrow scope. Very narrow scope. I see filler arcs as anything that has nothing to do with the grand overarching story that's occurring. Not just ones that didn't have, that it wasn't written, that they were like too far ahead at this point, so they had to stop and create their own anime-only arcs. Although, the 2 filler arcs in Fairy Tail weren't in the manga, to be fair. No, I don't consider that to be filler, or at the very least it'd be considered good filler. Because at least you're doing something. I personally don't think the Gentle Criminal arc did much to build up the world, or Deku, or really any of the other characters other than the 2 villains. Which, like I said, done really well, mind you. But like, take the Fairy Tail arc. I don't think the Starry Key arc or the Eclipse whatever, Eclipse Keys or whatever. I don't think either of those arcs did anything for world building or character development. I did not think anything different of those characters from the beginning of those arcs to the end. Yeah, we're not saying anything specific. No. No, I don't think so either, Scarlett. It's because Cowboy Bebop in every single episode has great world building. Filler in general doesn't have good world building. There's nothing relevant to anything. It's just something that they put there to fill time. I have not watched Mob Psycho yet. Yes, you have to contribute. If it's not contributing anything, then it's filler. I don't think you could remove any episode of Cowboy Bebop and it not have some impact on the way you're thinking of the characters. Well, because shonen in general just... I mean, I think the quality of the stories are generally lesser. No, because if the villains weren't built up, then the general arc wouldn't be any good. If you're not doing anything to change the world or putting the characters on display more, then you're not contributing anything. Oh, I don't think so. That's the worst episode, but I think definitely impacts my perception of Jet. So we just disagree there. Yeah, more of a lighter tone to it. Character building. Yeah, I guess I don't understand what you're not understanding, Scarlett. I think you're trying to be difficult about it. But in that way, it's very clear that you're just ignoring what I have said. Filler. What's filler? It's in between the good stuff that no one cares about. It's just there because it's there to take up space. That's what filler is. That's the broad definition, and it can be applied the same way I'm... Because it doesn't do anything to further the growth of the protagonist or the world. It builds Gentle and La Brava. That's it. Doesn't change anything else. Yeah, 2-3 adds fucking nothing. Well, it establishes that the Very Big Circus exists, which is good for investigations too. But other than that, it adds nothing. Even 1-3 adds something in that the Steel Samurai becomes kind of a recurring thing in the world, right? So you can't really say 1-3 is filler. No. See, this is where you're trying to be difficult. You are inferring things that I have not said, which you shouldn't do. That's a really bad way to discuss things, by the way. Three probably is more filler than 2-3. It's yeah, the whole existence of it, just nothing but bad things. But let's just use common sense here and think. Filler is something that is substance in name only, in between two other points. It doesn't add anything but space. So if it doesn't add anything but space, it's filler. No, I didn't. No, I did not. No, I did not. Those exact words did not come out of my mouth. That's your misinterpretation of what I said. Yeah, that's a big problem with Max. It is a big problem with Max, which is unfortunate, because otherwise these are pretty good. No, I wouldn't have believed you. No, I don't think there's difference between filling or padding. Well, no, yes. Padding is you're taking a story and making it longer, and it doesn't need to be there. But like filler is more in between. Like it's its own story in between other stories, whereas padding, it's something that happens within the story. I guess that's how I would distinguish the two. Like 1.5 had a lot of padding. I gave you the correct interpretation of what I said, Scarlet. Several times at this point. That would be padding, right? DBZ Foot. Yes, Alba's padding, but not filler. Right. Yep. No, I never said the word main character. Main characters, as in more than one person. But that tells me that you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. You're trying to narrow everything I'm saying down, and I'm telling you that I'm not giving it a narrow definition. I gave it a very broad definition. And I don't think it has to be narrow. Just because that's how the anime community generally looks at it, doesn't mean it's correct. Right, filler you can just skip, and you can go, alright, this entire arc is going away. Whereas filler, you're like, well, how far can I skip past? When's the padding going to stop? I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's just weird. They're both bad. They're both bad. But that doesn't make sense, Scarlet, because then you were completely... if you thought that, even if you misheard me and you thought that, the context of how I was talking about Cowboy Bebop should have already illuminated that that is not what I actually said when I referred to Jet, who is arguably not the main character. Part of the main characters, the four of them. That's your own problem then, Scarlet. That's your interpretation of filler. I told you how I define filler. Filler can be good. It just doesn't actually add anything. But space. I've made that very clear since the very beginning of the conversation where I said this filler was good. That's fine. It doesn't mean it's not filler. I've written filler in my stories before, and I know it's filler. Depends on if those characters have any actual impact. Like, because by that argument, none of the arcs in Fairy Tail are filler, but they are, because they introduce new characters to the world. But that's not good enough to be considered a world. I don't assume that anybody I'm talking to in my chat is an idiot. So if that's the case, you will have to enlighten me. No, see, that's ridiculous. I get it, though. I get it, but you can't say an entire thing is filler, because that just doesn't make sense. But I get the sentiment. I love Fairy Tail, but I will never pretend like that's the best well-written anime I've ever seen. And that can be one of the reasons filler's really good, because you can focus more narrowly on something that doesn't even really matter outside of the main plot. And because there's more of a focus and you don't have to worry about the overarching issues, you can focus more on making that little piece really, really, really good. Exactly. It's flawed as hell, and I love it.
I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? Thought Inspector Greatson took it back to Scotland Yard.
Quite correct. That sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
That's a bar of Carmel, Mr. Sholmes.
How do the British pronounce that word? Because I want to use it the way that it would be said with their accents. I pronounce it caramel. Some people pronounce it caramel. Is there a even other way of pronouncing that word? Caramel? 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 Caramel?
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you would humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc.
Caramel. Yeah, that's how I say it. Caramel. 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 Caramel? Caramel? I've never heard it said that way. Yeah, just post it in Real Talk. Well, and it's violin. Caramel. Oh, yes, of course. I mean, if he was smart. For the briefest moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Just cocaine and morphine. Oh, God. Cocaine. I do not remember that, but that makes a lot of sense. Let me know when you post it, CJ. I can take a look. Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing! The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the carpet.
Hello. Yes, I'd like
Why is
some
this?
ice cream with caramel.
Hold on.
Hello. Yes, I'd like some ice cream with caramel sauce, please.
Caramel. Oh, so it's like how I say it. So I've been saying it the British way the whole time instead of the American way, instead of vice versa? Nice. Yeah, I don't know why it just appeared in why it just came up on the right side. That was maybe that might have something to do with the way my audio is taking it in from Discord, because that would make sense anyways. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself. Well, it's just like how I say futile instead of futile, because futile is way cooler than futile. And it's technically not an incorrect pronunciation given the rules of English, the English language. Whoops! Oh, okay. So I see. So that's why you were saying that it's kind of hard to explain. So like, it's still not right, but that's probably the closest I can get to it. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The results of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! It does sound goofy, and futile is supposed to make you feel like, oh no. But when you say futile, I'm just like, wait, what did you say? What word was that? You say futile, and you're like, oh no. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds legal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess, I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played.
Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music? What's the music?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? You fucking idiot! Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with oh god, I can't say it in her accent. Protuberances on it. Protuberances on it. Oh god, one of those. We'll use one of those in the VOD. Just see which one sounds best. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. It's cool, like it's a lot. Why exactly?
Because of this are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present.
But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem.
What do you mean?
As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable.
I see, so that's why.
Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Wow.
Every single one? That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far.
But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution.
But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it?
Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What?
Said that with a straight face.
Magnus McGilded, not a name I expected to hear again so soon.
Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusions. Conclusion. Is it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not.
It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, I mean, I would have thought his maniacal laughter at the end would have made that obvious.
Oh, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it?
This be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker.
Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybanks said before. He said that he said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Bakersfield story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Ugh. The Backersvilles? Oh God, okay. Just The Hound of Baskervilles. I should love to read it. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. Well, that's why the manuscript is at Windybanks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait. Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some... What? Mendelssohn? What is that? Not like booze. What the fuck? So I was getting it mixed up. It wasn't that I was mixing it up with something specific that I know about. It's just I see the word and I see the K come before the S and the S come here. That's a part of dyslexia sometimes, I think. So when I first saw this word, I saw it as Bakersville, where obviously it is Baskervilles. Or else, tee-hee! Oh, it's a music composer, Mendelssohn. I see. I don't think I know who Mendelssohn is. Wait. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Then why'd I bother asking? Ha ha ha, it was rhetorical. Mendelssohn it is, then. Yeah, that's how my brain is interpreting the information. Cat, just because, I guess.
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Shong's violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. See, that could have been interesting filler. That would have been interesting filler. Just them, like, learning how to steal things. Even if they never use it again. They never, ever, ever, ever use it again. That would make it filler, because they learned things that didn't matter. You take them out, it's still the same. But, like, the interactions could have been really funny, which is why there can be good filler. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Shon's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Wow. Naruhodo-san, can I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Oh, I was about to end it, but I want to know this. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. Oh, my heart stopped for a second. I thought she said she was summoned back. I thought she was meaning she got summoned back to Japan. I was about to be like, oh, oh, oh. Oh, I'm not giving you my final take because I already gave you my final take. Go back and listen to it again. The only time I'm going to bring it up now is when there's actually examples happening. I'm not going to bring up the discussion itself again. This is an example. Move on. Like that. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Ah, Iris, hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Except that my dad's dead. God. I'm a bastard. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you? I told you, didn't I? Bastard. Bastard. What would I call this clothing style? What, hers? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. It
So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you.
All right then, good night.
Yes, good night.
This is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too.
Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does. Yeah, I'd probably agree with Scarlett. What the fuck? Draconian bull French Victorian Loto Hungarian dressing with hero Latvian frills? Wow, that was... I know now that it's time for me to take a step back out of this conversation because I have no idea what I'm talking about compared to that. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, the goggles are like the goggles. They're like a dead giveaway for like that's a common steampunk thing, isn't it? Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I think steampunk, goggles are one of the first things that come to mind. So, like, when I notice her attire, that's the first thing I notice. And then associate it with it that way. She does look cool. Well, that's really good techno babble, but for fashion. Because I was like, I'm not even going to question it. I'm just going to assume everything that was said there was absolutely correct. Because I don't feel like looking up all of those different styles to see if it's correct. So well done, Linge. Well done. Oh, I 100% wish people could dress. Well, it'd be more accurate to say I wish people could dress however they want and not be judged for it. But yeah, second best would be, hey, let us fucking go crazy with shit like this again. That'd be nice. Oh, hey, my wife just replayed Myst for the first time in like a decade. Got her the big collection bundle on Steam. Yeah. So unfortunately, we're only going to be doing this once next week, and that's going to be Monday. So I'm not streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I have seminars that I'm going to be, one seminar. It's going to be taking place 2 days, February, 2 days in March. I'll be diving back into, well, not diving back into, but I'm going to start diving into the practice of mediation as a part of my practice. So this is a big old training course to supplement the knowledge I already have regarding it. So I'm like booked all day Thursday, Friday, which is why Friday we're doing the member stream at night. That's why that's happening that way. Otherwise, next week it's this Earthbound, and then basically nothing else during this time slot, except for the member stream, but that's again later at night. Next member stream will make it during the day though. So yeah, thank you to Ricochet and Doggo for the memberships, much appreciated. Yeah, just Monday, Tuesday. Then we'll go back to the normal schedule after that. Yeah, if I wore a cravat to court, I would be accused of being a distraction. All right, everyone. You take it easy. Have a wonderful day. And stream is adjourned.
And he's just like, I had the fucking high ground, bro.
Wait,